Me too.
But it was so funny growing up. Announced for the record, please.
Melissa Alvin and Megan Galloway for the state.
Ernest Acevedo and Jonathan Alvarado. We're here with Mr. Prado.
And are you Mr. Prado?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No. You can remain seated. Oh, and just so attorneys know, you all are both professional. I know if you're approaching the witness, you're approaching the witness for a reason. So you all don't have to ask for permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
All right. With regards to State's Exhibit number 15, outside the presence of the jury, the court had a chance to review State's Exhibit number 15. The court heard arguments for both parties. If you would like to put those arguments on the record again, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, the court is ready to make its ruling because I heard your arguments.
And I think we did go on the record before we broke.
I thought so too, but
Yes.
I'm ready for your ruling, Judge. That's fine.
All right. So the court has reviewed State's Exhibit number 15 based upon State and Defense's argument. The court is going to overrule the defense objection with regards to relevancy. With regards to, I don't think the defense made this objection. However, the court is going to do a balancing test. and the court will find that it's more probative than prejudicial. Are you all ready to bring the jurors back in?
We are on your, would you like our witness to be on the stand?
Yes, please. And if you all, if you'll make sure when you're asking your questions, if you'll speak into the microphone,
Yes.
because it makes it easier for me to hear and for the jurors to hear. And on your desk, the microphone with the long arm, when you're speaking into it, just make sure the green light is on.
Yeah, I have it off. Well, I'm gonna. turn it
Yeah,
on
but when
back.
you're asking questions so that the witness will be able to hear. All right, thank you. All right, and if you'll put the square back on. All right, Deputy Laura, if you could bring the jurors in for me, please.
All right, for the jury.
Jane, I'll leave one there.
Oh, please be seated. We stand for you all. And I see y'all gonna switch seat on us to keep us on our toes, but that's okay. All right, everyone, please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to the state and the defense, I've given them permission to move about the courtroom without asking permission from the court. So it's not a sign of disrespect on their part. I've just given them leave to approach the witnesses whenever they need to. You are still under oath, and if you'll just restate your name for the record, please.
Monette Ellis.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we broke, Monette, I had asked you about the officer that was staying with you while the investigation was going on before taking you downtown to give a statement. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I know you just gave the
Yeah.
explanation. Let's have it. Monette, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Are there any markings on State's Exhibit 15 that you recognize?
Yes,
What are those?
my signature with the date.
And did you watch State's Exhibit 15?
Yes,
And is the contents or are the contents of State's Exhibit 15 a fair and accurate depiction of the portion that we're going to play of your interaction with that officer?
yes.
Your Honor, we'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 15.
And defense, your previous objections are noted.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, state's exhibit number 15 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and fast forward to the part that we want to talk about, which is gonna be, for the record, at 19 minutes and, or I'm sorry, 1900 hours and 22 minutes.
I'm sorry, could you pause that for a moment? Can I have parties approach? All right, you may continue.
So as I was saying, for the record, we're gonna start the video at about 1922 minutes and 37 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna pause it. Who are we seeing on the screen right now, Mona?
It's me and a good friend of mine, Candace.
Candace, okay. And where are you in this video?
We're inside Miss Carol's house.
The house that you pointed out to us on the map earlier? Okay. And the officer, whose body cam we're watching, is that the officer that stayed with you during this time?
Yes, ma'am.
And this part of your interaction with that officer, what are y'all conversing about?
He came in and introduced himself. He asked if I was okay. He said that he needed to be there in the house with us to stay with us and stay with the children. And I had asked him, I asked him if Jesse was okay, if he was hurt. He said he was fine. And I asked him if anybody was hurt at all, and he said that 2 officers were shot.
So what we're about to see, is this your reaction to being told that Jesse had shot 2 officers?
Yes.
Was it a shock to you to hear that?
Yes,
Was it painful?
very. I was hoping nobody got hurt at all.
Your car, was it parked in front of Carol's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your car struck by gunfire?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Carol's car struck by gunfire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you realize that night or at the time that your car had been hit?
No, ma'am, I didn't recognize it until about a week or 2 after. I was walking towards my car. I was leaving work. And I just happened to look down, walking towards my car. And that's when I noticed it.
Where was so your younger daughters were with you in Carol's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you already told us about how they reacted to to hearing the gunfire. Were they worried about their dad?
Yes, very much so.
And your oldest daughter, Madison, do you know where she was?
At the time, Madison was on her way to a Chris Stapleton concert with a friend of hers.
Did she make it to the concert?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did she make it to the scene?
After the fact, yes.
Do you know if what kind of state she was in when she got there?
I don't know specifically, but I do know that she was worried about everything.
And after this all happened, we all know that Jesse went to jail. Did you, or were there any orders put in place that prevented him from having contact with your girls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask to have those lifted?
I
Or
did.
Did you do that on your own, or was there what happened there?
There was a telephone call between Jesse's sister and myself. And I finally decided that it was time for the girls to talk to their dad.
So even after this, you didn't try to keep him from the girls?
Not at all.
How have your girls, I guess let me go back. Right after it happened, how did your girls deal with it?
They cried themselves to sleep. They just wanted to know where their daddy was, why their daddy wasn't home. And all I can do was hold them as they cried themselves to sleep and tell them that everything will be okay. They knew that he was in jail, but they didn't know exactly how much trouble that he was in.
And when you say they, are you talking about the 2 younger ones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Madison know?
Yes.
And how did it affect her?
It hurt her a lot. I I didn't talk to her for about 2 weeks after this happened because she blamed me for everything. I had no idea where she was staying, who she was staying with. I didn't know if she was okay. Um, I would try and reach out to her. I knew she was hurting. And I couldn't be there for her.
Did you work through that with her?
We finally did. And we all have our moments, but um
Do you want me to move on?
yes,
Okay. But you and Madison worked through that eventually.
yes,
Okay. And do you have a good relationship with her now?
yes,
Now, that was at the beginning when things were really hard. Have the girls healed since this has happened?
yes. They have accelerated in school. They've been going to church every Wednesday night. Um, I've been trying to keep them busy. They're they're doing great. They miss their dad, but they're doing great.
Do you know what Jesse's bond was set at?
Yes.
What?
It was 1 million per case.
And did I ask you to listen to a phone call that Jesse made while he was in jail?
Yes, ma'am.
So you must have been marked as State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize any markings on State's Exhibit 16?
Yes.
And what are those?
It's my initials with the date.
Okay. And is State's Exhibit 16, from what you heard, a recording of a call that Jesse had when he was in jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And because you were married to him or in a relationship with him for over 20 years, are you familiar with his voice?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you also familiar with the voices of the people that are close in his life?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you able, when you listened to this, to recognize the other person that was talking to him on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
His best friend, JP Carrasco.
And you talked to JP yourself anytime?
Anytime.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all I have for this exhibit at this time.
All right.
And, oh, I'm sorry, I meant with regard to this exhibit, I'm not gonna offer it at this time, I was just establishing that information. If I could just have one moment. All right, at this time, Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Judge. Monette, my name is Ernest Acevedo. I know we've talked on the phone and we've exchanged, I believe, one email
Yes,
about
sir.
your visitation for your daughters or voice visitations.
Yes, sir.
But I guess this is the first time we ever met in person, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. As kind of just a preliminary question, in this kind of case, one of the things we have to establish is that Jesse doesn't have any criminal history for punishment purposes. You've known him since he was at high school age, correct?
Correct.
You have personal knowledge that he has never been arrested prior to this arrest in his
Correct.
entire life.
Never.
All right, he has no felony convictions, misdemeanor convictions, nothing on his
Nothing.
record whatsoever.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, all right, I want to talk a little bit, and I'm going to try to go a little bit in the order of your testimony. Just to kind of understand the history, y'all were both teenagers when y'all started dating, correct?
Yes, sir.
And basically y'all were a couple when y'all started dating as teenagers, up until the separation that occurred in, I guess, early 2023.
Yes, sir.
It was documented in marriage, in 2012, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But y'all had been together for much longer than that, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, I know it's the prosecution's case, and I know you've been asked to testify pretty much about every bad thing they could ask about Jesse with you. That's pretty much it, right? I mean, what they went over with you is pretty much everything bad you can say about Jesse. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And I am calling him Jesse because he's been known as Jesse his whole life, right?
Yes, sir.
His legal name is Jesus Prado, but he goes by Jesse. his whole
Always
life.
gone. Mhm.
All right. Now I want to go back to the time when y'all started dating and through your marriage. How would you describe Jesse prior to the marital problems in your relationship?
Hardworking, um, fun-loving, very friendly. Walk down the aisle at a supermarket and he'd make a friend just talking to somebody in the aisle of the supermarket. Anywhere we went, made a friend. He'll give you the shirt off his back. He'll help anybody in need. Pull over the side of the road. If you see somebody with their hazards on, he'll pull over and stop and help them.
Now, as far as some of the jobs that he's had, he always has been a blue collar guy, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't go the furthest in school, but he did get a lot of training and certificates for blue collar jobs. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did he work in the oil fields?
Yes, sir. Several years.
All right. And how did that work out for y'all? I mean, was he good at it?
Very good.
What are some of the other trainings he's got and jobs he's done during your marriage?
He when we were still living in our hometown, he worked for the volunteer fire department. He went to A&M for a couple of courses that was sponsored through the city to do additional training for the firefighting. He's done towing. He's very good at towing in and out of the oil field for several years. He did locksmith on the side.
Like the locksmith stuff, that's another area where he had to go to school for that,
Yes,
trade
sir.
school. I guess he's got a whole bunch of certificates, I guess advancing in locksmith trade.
Yes, sir.
Would he put in long hours for his family?
Yes, sir.
Like I know one of the dynamics, like buying that house was a big deal for the family, right?
Yes, sir. It was a big step for all of us.
Where did y'all live prior to purchasing that house that we've been talking about?
We lived in a trailer park in a trailer house that we purchased, and we actually ended up paying off, and we owned it. We owned the trailer house.
But it was always the family goal that you wanted to get into a neighborhood, a real house, so the girls could be raised, with a yard, a fence, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say Jesse worked extremely hard for that?
Sir, we both did.
Now I want to make a couple of points real clear as well, because we've heard that, in this dark time, during the couple of days, or I guess the day before and the day of, you're saying Jesse had told you some comments about, well, what would you do if I did this to the girls, put a gun to their head or something to that effect? When you were asked by the police if you ever thought he would do anything to the girls, you told the police officers no that next day, didn't you? Or I guess late that night, didn't you?
Yeah.
Has he ever done anything to the girls?
No,
Ever?
no.
Has he ever been anything but just Princess's daddy, the three girls that he had with you?
That's what he was.
And so the comments you were telling the jury about, if you're being fair to Jesse, admittedly, he was in a very, very tough spot with you, right? I mean, he was having a breakdown with you, not wanting to come back and with the divorce. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Just like you told the police the day of, you knew he would have never hurt his girls. He did have a problem with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's kind of go back to the first major issue that seemed to change the dynamics of this relationship. Jesse's brother. What was Jesse's brother's formal name?
Noel can do.
Okay, and he had a nickname too. What did everybody call?
Weddle.
Okay. Now, I mean, Weddle died very unexpectedly. Just a very, heartbreaking situation. Is that fair? Can you tell the jury just what actually happened that put everybody in this position with that scenario?
What happened to him?
What happened to Weddle? Yeah.
He was placed in the hospital for a heart condition. He was in there for a while. Ran all sorts of tests, did procedures. They released him. He was able to come home, and then the next day he passed away at home suddenly.
So Weddle, if you need a moment, you need a tissue?
I'm fine.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get through this quicker. I just need to establish what happened, but Weddle was the patriarch of the family, right? Was that Jesse's father figure for the most part?
Yes.
This happened, I believe it happened right before his 50th birthday. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry to be bringing it up like this, but I mean, it's relevant to this case in the sense that, is it fair to say that it had an extreme impact on Jesse?
Yes.
And, I know Melissa asked you a question about mental illness, and I mean, we were never trying to suggest that Jesse had schizophrenia or anything like that, but did he experience depression from the loss of his brother?
Yeah.
All right. And I mean, just as a distinction, I mean, depression can be a pretty severe mental health condition. Like depression can be really, really bad for people. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
And would you agree that you, along with a lot of Jesse's families, saw that? I mean, you saw it, that Jesse was experiencing depression from Weto's death. That was something that nobody had ever seen him before. Now, do you remember what year it was that y'all got into this house?
It was in 2019.
Okay, and so I guess one of the other factors was that you were in this house when Weto passed, right?
Yes.
And a lot of the family was in Dilley, right?
Yeah.
Now, Weto was here, wasn't he? Where was Weto living?
No, he was living in Dilley.
He was in Dilley as well. Okay. Now, y'all being in San Antonio, most of the family was in Dilley, right?
Correct.
And so I know y'all would go to Dilley a lot, like on weekends and things, but when y'all were in San Antonio, your family unit was pretty much by itself and the rest of the family was kind of further away, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to see in some of these body cams, but you have personal knowledge of this. at your house, like on the date all of this happened, in the entryway of the house, there was still a kind of an active shrine to Wedo right inside the doorway. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It was a shrine to him with, I think, some real candles, sometimes some electric candles for safety too, but like inside the doorway on the day this happened, I mean, there was still an active shrine for him. That's, I mean,
I made sure that I always had it out.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay, and then I want to talk to you a little bit about um, the effect that the affair had on Jesse. I mean, obviously, from your testimony this morning, I mean, things would be hot and cold sometimes with you after this period of time. Is it fair to say that Jesse's first reaction when, I mean, everything came to light in early 2023 was anger at first?
Yes.
You certainly don't blame him for being angry about it, do you?
No, not at all.
After being angry about it, though, there was an attempt at forgiveness and reconciliation on his part.
Yes.
Now, I know in some of the text messages that got introduced, certainly there was a big part of this talking about him wanting y'all to stay together as a family, keep the household, keep the family, and to go down that road. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this particular question right here is because during your direct examination, you talked about filing the divorce in March, and then this incident happens in October. When you were talking, it made it seem to me, and I want to clarify this, that like you filed the divorce so that y'all weren't together anymore. But to be fair, like to be completely open about this situation, you would still call him to come over. Y'all still had marital relations like all the way through September of 23, right?
Yes, off and on. Yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, the reason that's important is like when you filed the divorce, it was like, okay, this is it. We're broken up, divorced. We're going to separate the property. We're going to do a custody agreement. Jesse absolutely, after the initial phase of grief for him, wanted to reconcile with you. And that did go back and forth. You would call him and come over, and y'all would have wonderful evenings. He would call you sometimes, please come over.
I never called him to come over because I was staying at my parents' house.
Oh, no, I'm not saying like come over to your mom's house. I'm saying he would call you saying, come over to the house.
Yes.
There were times you would call him, hey, can I come over this evening? Or, you want to spend the evening together.
Because he would have the girls and I would want to go spend time with the girls. And yes, one thing led to another and, it would be okay, but then I would leave and, it would just start all over again.
Well, I get that, but like, to be fair, it wasn't like the divorce got filed and the marriage ended. The marriage was going back and forth
Back
with
and forth.
good times and relationship in the marriage
Mhm.
all the way till, I guess, all the way to October, pretty much, right?
Yes.
And so basically, it's that period of time in October when all of this stuff went down. That was kind of when you said like, okay, yeah, you know what? I think it's time to end it for real this time. None of the back and forth stuff
Right.
anymore. All right. And so, I mean, well, you know this, that was devastating to him. Was it? I mean, you broke his heart, right?
I know I did and I owned up to what I did.
And like I said, I'm not saying if for any judgment on you, I'm really trying to talk about like Jesse's mind, like, because that's the relevant part for this trial.
Mhm.
That month of October is where he started to figure out like, wow, like I think she really wants to end it. Like no more back and forth stuff, no more trying.
Mhm.
And that was extremely difficult on him.
Mhm.
And again, I mean, you do want to be fair to him, right? I
Of
mean,
course.
you don't want to see anything bad happen to him in this
Not at
trial,
all.
do you? You do want him to be able to see your girls, don't you?
Yes. My girls deserve to have somewhat of a relationship with their dad. It's not my girl's fault.
And so you would agree with me that Jesse was still experiencing depression as far as you can tell, even when the marital problem started.
Yes,
And he was having to deal with some things that he never had to deal with before.
correct.
All right. Now, I know we talked a little bit about these accidents, but I need to ask some specific questions because you were around during both of them, right?
Mhm.
That first accident, when y'all were much younger, I mean, I guess it was more than 20 years ago at this point.
Mhm.
That ATV accident was significant. He was airlifted. I mean, he wasn't taking an ambulance. They had to airlift him.
He was airlifted to Wilford Hall.
He almost died in that accident. He was in the hospital for like a week and a half.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the head injuries go, you talked about like to Melissa, you said, well, I don't remember his behavior changing. Didn't he have obvious speech differences after the accident that people were talking to him like, wow, you're speaking different? Do you remember that?
I guess because I was always around him, I had always noticed it. I really can't tell you when it started happening.
Or was it a thing for the family that people were saying, you're talking different, Jesse? Like, you don't remember like one of the symptoms being a speech issue for him?
No.
All right. Now he was at one of the military hospitals for more than a week. That's
Yeah.
how severe his injuries were.
Yes.
Okay. Now the second accident is the one that he had with his son. What's his son's name?
Marcus.
And Marcus is a disabled vet at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The accident with Marcus, I mean, you have some like that accident was pretty bad too, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Very bad.
It was a rollover accident.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember some things that were just kind of dramatic about it from the family and I guess the people that like you saw evidence of like how bad it was or how high this truck flipped? Can you tell the
Yes.
jury what you remember about that?
There he ended up in the middle of a field, but I remember seeing a picture somewhere that somebody took of his brother holding up a piece of wood up to a light pole that showed how high the car was flipping because it clipped the light pole as it went by into the field.
All right. And so like in that accident, he was unconscious for a significant period of time, correct?
Yes.
And in the first accident, the one that was an even longer hospital trip, you knew that he was knocked out for a long period of time.
For a while, yes.
All right. Now, I know you're a medical assistant, but you don't have any training on like how much a head injury that causes severe unconsciousness can affect the brain. That's out of your
Not,
wheelhouse,
yeah,
right?
yes.
Okay. But as far as with this jury, you can confirm that he was knocked unconscious in both of those serious accidents. And he had long hospital stays for both of them. The second one was shorter.
Yes, sir.
Um, Now, getting towards the night in question, when I guess when the conversation started getting more heated, um, haven't you told me that at some point you told him you were going to try to get the house and get custody of the girls and have him pay child support? Did that get told to him?
Yes, because I was angry. I just wanted it to be done and over with. I was tired of the back and forth. But would I ever hold the kids from him? No.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that you're going to hold the kids for him. The important part of that point is that right before this incident, he had been told, I'm going to get custody of the girls. I mean, because there's primary. I mean,
Mhm.
you generally get, visitation if you're the non-custodial parent.
Mhm.
But you told him, I want to get custody. I want the house, and you're going to have to pay me $1,500 of child support.
Mhm.
You remember telling him something like that?
Yes.
Is it kind of the first time, I guess, it had ever gone there where you talked about custody,
Yes.
taking the house for yourself, having him pay child support every month? Like that was something different. Again, kind of showing that none of the back and stuff anymore. Like it's time to cut the rope completely.
Yes.
Um, I know you've used the word that he snapped before. Is that what you felt happened to him?
Yes.
Like when you say snap, I mean, what does that mean to you? Because that way, that's not a medical term, but I mean, I guess everybody has their own idea about when a person can get to the point where they snap. What do you think happened to Jesse from your perspective?
When we were fighting that night, right before everything happened, right whenever he was grabbing the magazines out of the back of the car. And we heard the police sirens in the distance. He looked at me dead in the face. But it looked like his eyes were glazed over. He was looking at me, but he was looking right through me. And he told me he was going to regret this and ran back into the house. It was just something in his eyes that just didn't seem right to me that night.
Had you ever seen that before?
Never.
And so, I mean, like that has to be significant to you, right? Because, I mean, every husband and wife has probably argued at some point, you know, I mean, generally everybody's going to know what their spouse is like when they're mad, what they're gonna, you know, when they're trying to make up, you know the person, especially after you've been with them for 20 years, right? Is there something that happened in Jesse's mind this particular night that looked completely different to you than anything you've ever seen before?
Object to speculation, Your Honor, as far as what happened in the defendant's mind.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me ask it to you this way. This experience, like this is your husband, right? At the time.
Yeah.
On this night, was something different about him that you know as his wife that you had never seen in the 22 years you've been together with him?
I never thought he would escalate into something like that ever.
Well, and I guess one of the main reasons is because like he wasn't a troublemaker.
Right.
You know, the idea of him shooting a police officer, like, does he have relatives that are police officers?
Yes.
Has he been a back the blue guy as long as you've known him?
Always.
You know, would you hear stories like, I mean, when he was a tow truck driver, he would work a lot of police scenes, wouldn't he?
Yes.
That means people that get arrested, you got to tow the vehicle.
Mhm.
Accident scenes, right?
Yes.
DWI manslaughters, just felony arrest. Like he would be out there whenever there was a car that had to be towed. He was one of those guys that's out there with the police.
Yes.
And so if he would talk to you about his night, would he tell you stories about, you know, the stuff that he saw or the people that he dealt with?
Object to hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, let me ask it to you this way. No, okay, you would deal with Jesse when he was doing his job as a tow truck driver. Do you have personal knowledge what he thought about police officers when he was doing this job he did for many years?
Mhm.
What is that?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna object one more time. If she has personal knowledge, it's through hearsay. So I'm just gonna re-urge that objection.
Sustained. To hearsay.
Well, I'm not asking her what he said, Judge. That's her. I'm asking her if she knows what her husband's attitude was after being married to him for 20 years. And so I'm not asking for a comment. I'm asking for her perception of her husband's attitude towards police officers for knowing him for 20 years. And so I think that's an exception to hearsay, and I would ask to be allowed to ask the question.
When you say it's an exception to hearsay, what exception? If you're asking the witness to state something that he said,
No, I'm not asking for any quotes. I'm asking if, as his wife of 20 years at the time, more than 20 years, does she know what his attitude was about police officers at the time? That's not hearsay. It's personal knowledge on her part about knowing her husband.
with regard to that question, you can answer yes or no. Either you know or you don't know.
Do you know, let me ask the question so we can get it for the record.
Okay.
Do you know what your husband's perception and thoughts of the police officers were from your personal experience and personal knowledge by being married to him for over 20 years?
Yes.
And what is that?
Same objection.
All right, that objection will be sustained. If it's going to be based upon what he told her, then the objection is sustained.
Well, okay, take away everything that he told you about it. And just knowing him and seeing him out and about for 20 years, based on what you saw of him, do you feel as though you know his attitude towards police officers?
Yes.
Was it that clear to you? Like something you know for sure based on what you saw of him, not talking about conversations at this point, just on what you saw of him in dealing with people and dealing in his life?
Yeah.
All right. What was his belief and feelings about police officers?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm gonna make.
All right, if parties will approach.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Monette, let me ask the question this way. Did you ever see him have interactions with police officers?
Yeah.
And in all the interactions with police officers, did you ever see anything that would imply negative feelings towards police officers from what you saw?
No, never.
Was it the opposite? What would be your feelings about the way he reacted whenever he was dealing with police officers?
Nothing but respect. Go up, shake their hands, you know, thank them for their time. Nothing but respect.
Now, I know at the start of this examination, you told the jury that Jesse was the kind of guy that would give the shirt off his back to people. You also talked about he was the kind of person that would go out and approach people in a friendly way.
Mhm.
Did he do that with police officers in particular? Like thank them and do things like that? We know whenever.
Sometimes, yes.
And so is it fair to say, as somebody who's known him since he was a teenager, the actions he took on this day, this evening, were completely inconsistent with everything you've seen with him all the years you've known him?
Completely out of character for him.
The rough times you had with him, and basically, I mean, after the affair thing, it did get ugly between you, right?
Correct.
But in the end, is it true to say? Is it true? Let me ask you this: is it true that he did love you with all his heart?
Correct.
He did not want to lose you.
Right.
He did want to forgive you and keep the family together.
Mhm.
And he had a really hard time accepting it when you told him that's not going to happen anymore.
Right.
And that would have been in October because it was middle of the road in the months before that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now, during your direct examination, you had a statement about a comment made during the 911 video where you said, did you say, I thought he said he was going to shoot them or something to that effect?
Yes.
Now, are you sure about that? And I'm asking, like, there wasn't a point in time where he did tell you he was shutting his car because you were there and he was trying to shut the lift gate of his car? Do you
No,
remember him
that's
telling
what
you
he
something?
said.
What is what he said?
No, he said, I'm gonna shoot them.
Okay. Because you didn't tell that to the detective in your interview. I mean, is there a reason you would have left that out? Because that's pretty significant.
It probably slipped my mind. I was over there for over 3-4 hours.
Right. I mean, you gave a long statement. I mean, you answered every single question that they asked of you. But I mean, saying that you're going to shoot somebody is kind of a big deal. And I couldn't hear that in the 911 call. and then it wasn't in your statement to the detectives. Is it possible you were wrong about that or misheard something?
No,
Okay. Um. Madison, how old is she now?
she's 20.
And where is she in school?
She goes to nursing school at UIW.
And how is she doing?
She's finishing up half of her second year this week.
I'm gonna show you what we marked as defense exhibit 1. Do you recognize this text message that went out to a group?
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, after this happened, after the arrest, I mean, there's family issues, right? Things have to get settled, things have to get said, things like
Yes.
that. In the statement, you do describe that you spent 22 years with this man that you say you love with your whole heart. That's all true, correct?
Yes, I'm not gonna deny that.
Yeah, well, and I get it, and I just want to ask some questions about, like I said, every other thing besides those bad things that were mentioned during direct. I mean, he was your high school sweetheart, right? When you
Yes.
were 16, I think, when y'all started dating.
Yes, sir.
Um, you mentioned Weddle in this text message because, again, it was that big a deal. It's just, there's no way of getting around the fact that heartbreak and
Mhm.
that loss was tough on everybody in this particular family, including you.
Correct.
You told the family that Jesse was right. When things get tough, you would get scared and run, and that's exactly what you did. That you kind of fallen on your own sword as far as saying, like, you made some personal mistakes.
I did.
You talk about how Jesse forgave you and tried his hardest to get you to come back.
Yes.
Um, I mean, and Judge, at this point, I did plan on admitting this. It might be better to admit it now so we can talk about it a little bit more freely.
I don't have any objection. I did get a chance to review it, Your Honor.
All right, so you want to offer it?
I did. She has it as defense
No,
exhibit.
I mean, you didn't offer it,
Yeah, I'm going to offer defense exhibit number 1 into evidence.
right? Any objections?
No, ma'am.
All right, defense exhibit number 1 is admitted without objection.
You did explain to the family that October 19th was a nightmare. I mean, that's definitely true, isn't it?
Yes.
And you described to the family, and this was shortly after the incident, relatively shortly after the incident, that Jesse snapped.
Yes.
And that's what happened that night.
Yes.
You know that. You saw it with your own eyes, right?
Yes.
All right. Those are all the questions I have for you right now, Wanda. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have a few follow-up questions for you, Monette. I'll try to get through them as quickly as I can. First, I want to talk about.
Excuse me, microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'll try to get through them as quickly as I can. First, I want to talk to you about the statement that you said that Jesse made while you were on 911. When you got to Carol's house, did you tell her about what had just happened at your house?
Yes.
And did you tell her about these comments that Jesse made?
Yes.
And what was your condition with your state when you were telling her what was going
Calm, but on the verge of hysterical.
on the verge of hysterical?
Mhm.
Was this right after what we hear on that 911 call, your frantic plea for help because he was trying to light the house on fire?
Yes.
So this was within minute,
Minutes.
you're sharing with Carol what he had said on that 911 call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as far as your relationship with Jesse in between your filing for divorce and when this happened, your the back and forth that he referenced, you have said that you still loved him. Is that fair?
Yes.
So was it hard for you to pull the plug and completely walk away?
Yes, it was very hard for me.
But when you filed for divorce, he was served with those papers, correct?
Correct.
And so from March, he knew that there was the potential for the end of your family.
Yes.
Now, you said that this isn't your girl's fault, and I couldn't agree with you more. But as you know, there were other people who were affected by what Jesse did. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if the roles were reversed, I suppose, if Jesse had been the individual that had been shot and nearly killed for no reason, do you think that that would have been traumatic for your girls?
Very much.
And so can you imagine how that has been traumatic for the officers who were shot and their families?
I'm just gonna object to relevance from this witness, Judge.
I'm sorry.
Response?
On cross-examination with the witnesses' answers, I think the door was opened as far as his family should have a relationship with him. I think it's relevant to show the other side of it and how the victims have been affected by what he did.
All right, the objection will be overruled.
Can you imagine how given the situation, the families of the individuals who he shot have been traumatized by what he did?
It's a sad situation all around. From my part, it sucks.
Sure. If the I'm sorry.
I don't want to imagine what they're going through because I'm already dealing with it on this end.
And if the roles were reversed, would you or your girls, you think, want justice for him? If he were shot for no reason?
Yes, but they still have children too. You know, it's not the children's fault.
You're right, it is not. It's his fault, isn't it?
The children shouldn't have to suffer.
They shouldn't. But this is Jesse's fault, isn't it?
Correct.
You said that based on everything that you had known about him for his whole life, that this was a kind of a shock to you, right?
Yes, very much.
That on paper, he didn't look like the kind of person that would do this. Is that fair?
Never.
But he did it.
He did.
Okay. So, do you think that his life is never going to get hard again?
I can't answer that.
Do you think it's possible it could?
I mean, it can. Everybody's life is difficult at some point or another.
So the fact that it never happened before, and then it did, you can't guarantee this jury that he would never do anything like this again. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense?
Just a couple of questions, just to follow up. I mean, you can't guarantee I'm never gonna do anything bad in my life, can you?
No.
Can't guarantee the judge is never gonna do anything bad in her life. I mean,
Not me.
not the judge.
Yeah,
the
don't,
bailiff.
yes, okay, thank
Sorry, the
you.
bailiff. I'm sorry, Judge, I looked the wrong way.
Okay.
You can't say the bailiff is not gonna do anything wrong in their life.
Right.
Okay, I mean, nobody can guarantee a person's life.
Right.
But if you're being honest, Jesse was living a wonderful, good life until the divorce for some part, but no acts that were felonies until this shooting.
Right.
And so mean, you'd think there's a difference when somebody has lived a troubled life or has a history of hurting people or being mean and ugly.
Mhm.
Would you think they're more likely to reoffend?
Yes,
And I guess the point about Jesse and would you imagine there's probably a lot of people that can say that Jesse is just a great guy, people that he's worked for, people that he know, people that he helped.
oh yeah,
There's a lot of people out there that probably know that, right?
yes, sir.
And is your opinion that he would be less dangerous than most people in the world is based on your 22 years of knowing him versus this one very specific incident? Right. I'll pass the witness charge.
I do have just a few more, Your Honor. Monette, that phone call that I played for you from the jail, do you remember what Jesse said to his friend?
Yes,
Well, Your Honor, if it's about that, we need to approach because that's going to be something we're going to have to discuss later on anyway.
All right. Could parties,
Yeah, there's hearsay, but we need to approach it.
all right, could parties approach?
The accidents that we talked about that Jesse was in, those didn't happen between the divorce being filed and between this accident, or I'm sorry, the incident for which we're here.
Oh.
So these head injuries or the trauma that defense counsel is referring to, those weren't a recent development around the same time of all of these hardships.
No.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
We're fine, excuse me for that.
We could excuse Rick.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony or view anything about this trial until the trial has concluded. Do you understand? All right, thank you. If you'll leave the civil box behind, please. All right, state, call your next witness.
The state calls Carol Stepanowitz.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please. All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure that you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Yes.
And if you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Carol Stepanowitz. It's Sczpankiewicz.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Carol.
Good afternoon.
How old are you currently?
47.
Okay, and do you live in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
How long have you lived in Bexar County, Texas?
Since 2011.
Okay, and do you have children?
I do.
Okay, how many children do you have?
I have 2.
Okay. Of 2023, do you recall that date?
Yes.
Okay, and were you living in Bear County on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall the address of your residence on that day?
Yes.
What was? Do you have some neighbors that you were familiar with in the area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on October 19th of 2023, have you gone somewhere on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall where you went?
Yeah, in the evening, yeah, my son and I had went to Spirit Halloween,
Okay.
and then we had just came back from there.
Okay, and when you say you all came back, are you speaking of returning to your residence?
Yes, my son and I.
And that was, the Alta Porta location?
Well, Amistad Pass is,
Okay.
they're right,
Next.
they're hooked together, yeah.
Let me
show you this.
So we're looking at State's Exhibit 2A. Can you see that clearly?
Yes,
Okay, and so this street that I'm pointing to right here, what street is that?
that's Alta Porta,
Okay, and this street right here?
Amistad Pass.
Okay, and so Amistad Pass is the street that you lived on?
Correct.
Okay, do you see your house? And so when you all returned to your home from the Halloween store, did you hear or observe anything kind of out of the ordinary?
Excuse me, yes, when we pulled in, and we got out, I heard Monette across the street, kind of like yelling
somebody up the street. And my son and I kind of like lingered outside in the driveway because he wanted to test out his new smoking machine, fog machine thing. And so I looked at my son, I was like, don't look, don't stare, just let them do what they're doing.
Okay. And how old was your son at the time?
He was 13.
Okay.
13.
And so, when you say Monet, is that Monet Ellis?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, were you able to decipher who she was arguing with?
Not at that time, because it looked like she was yelling at somebody up the street, but I wasn't.
Okay. At some point, did you personally make contact with Monet?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please explain to the jury how that occurred?
Yes, so my son and I, we stayed outside. Next thing I know, Manette pulled into my driveway and she got out of the car and she was very frantic and she was like, oh my God, Miss Carol, Jesse just poured gasoline all over me and the house. And I asked her, I said, did you call the police? And she said, yes, I did. And I was like, okay. And she goes, but he said if they come, there's gonna be a shootout with the police. So then her and I sat there for a little bit and do you want me to keep explaining?
If you could, I'm gonna ask you another question.
Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, and so at the time. At the time that she stated that to you, what was your reaction?
At the time, my reaction was I was just kind of trying to process it and kind of observe what was going on in the neighborhood too, because the kids were still playing in the street. All the neighborhood kids were out there playing and my son was there, so but the cops hadn't pulled up yet.
Okay. At some point, did you observe police officers pull up to the location?
I did, and the first two pulled up.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury what you observed at that point?
The first two police officers pulled up, they got out of their cars, I saw them kind of getting stuff on. And then I just remember looking over and seeing one of them with his long rifle, and in my head I instantly was like, I looked at my son and I said, go in the house. Go in the house now. And then I immediately ran next door to Josh and Rebecca's house, my neighbor's house, and I banged on their door because two of their kids were out in the street, and I banged on the door and they both answered, and I told Josh, I was like, get the kids out of the street. Jesse's about to have a shootout with the police.
Okay. So at the time that Monet was speaking with you and she was telling you these things, or do you know, does Monet have children?
Yes.
Okay. And the day that you made contact with her, did she have any children with her?
Her two little ones were with her.
Okay. And so at the time that you all are speaking to each other, where were the children located at that time?
Well, they were in the back of the car.
Okay. And so then you explained to the jury how you observed the officers and you go to Josh and Rebecca's house. What happened when you arrived back at your home?
When I came back over to my driveway, I know the girls were already out of the car, the two younger daughters with Lynette kind of like in my driveway still by my car. I had went to my door, opened it, and I told my mom, I said, get the dog locked up because I got to get the girls in the house. And then I started walking back towards them and to bring them into the house, and then that's when the gunfire started.
Okay. So at the time that this offense occurred in 2023 of October, who all was living in the home in your residence with you?
My mom lives with me, my son, and my daughter's boyfriend lives with me.
Okay. And was your home, did you have a doorbell camera on that day affixed to your home?
I did,
Okay, and was that footage turned over to the police department?
yes.
And so when you made the decision to get Monet and the two children into your home, about how fast after that did you start hearing gunfire?
Like minute, it felt like minutes, like the whole time, it's minutes. It wasn't very long at all.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you to use State's Exhibit number 14. There's a screen to your side, and if you're unable to see that, please feel free to turn around and look at the big screen, okay? Okay, and so the first person that we saw open that door, do you know who that person is? That was in State's Exhibit number 14.
Me? Yeah, me.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So that was you, and then who else was contained on State's Exhibit number 14?
Annette and the two girls, her two
Okay.
daughters.
Now, once Monet and the two children entered your residence, did they stay there until the police arrived at your residence?
Yes.
Okay. And now regarding Monet's clothing, we're able to see it in the State's Exhibit, but were you able to smell anything, on her clothing that was out of the ordinary?
Yes, I could smell the gasoline on her. I gave her clothes to change into.
Okay. And now regarding the children, were you able to make any observations regarding their demeanor when they were inside of your home?
Yeah, it was rough. They just cried and sobbed, and I remember holding one of them. They just kept asking, "Is my daddy dead? Is my daddy dead?" Just sobbing and crying, and I just kept saying, "He's okay. He's okay."
Okay.
Yeah.
And due to their emotional state, did you and your mother make the decision to put on, some type of movie for them?
I did. I tried to put on Monsters Inc. to drown out the sound of the gunfire, but it didn't really work. I tried.
And then did you all also provide one of the children with a stuffed animal to provide comfort?
We did.
Now, at this time that this occurred in 2023, about how long have you known Monet and her children?
About 3 years
Okay.
since I moved in.
And did you, after, the police arrived at the location, did they decide to take Monet down to headquarters to provide a statement to the detective?
Yes.
Okay, and where did the children stay during that time?
They stayed with me until I believe it was her parents could get there and pick them up.
And at this time, did you own or operate a motor vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, and where did the motor vehicle park at your home?
it was parked in my driveway.
Okay, after this offense occurred, did you notice any defects in your motor vehicle?
Yes.
And what was that?
On the back, on the back driver's side door, there was like a dent, like a ricochet bullet wound, like where it ricocheted off of it.
Now I'm gonna show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 17. Can you please take a look at that for me?
Yes,
And have you previously viewed this photo before taking the stand today?
yes,
And you recognize what is contained within State's Exhibit number 17?
yes,
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the item that is depicted in the photo?
yes.
At this time, I'm tendering State's Exhibit number 17 to defense for inspection and offering the same.
No objections.
State Exhibit number 17 is admitted without objection.
Permission?
Granted.
Okay.
All right, can you see that up there?
Yes.
Okay, and this is state exhibit number 17. So can you please, is this your motor vehicle that's depicted?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And, regarding this defect that I'm pointing to, is that a gunshot defect? Okay. Um. Now, earlier in your testimony, you stated that, Renee had told you that if the police showed up to the location,
Your Honor, I'm just gonna object to hearsay statements in the question. He's
All right.
talking about comments another person made to the.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Judge, if I just may respond
Yes.
briefly. I believe that defense counsel opened the door to these statements, because he cross-examined Renee and asked her whether she had relayed this to anybody, and she stated she did. And so it's left a false impression with the jury, so I believe that we should be on this whole.
The parties can approach. right, you may proceed.
Now, Carol, earlier, when Monette came to you and was speaking with you, what effect did that have on you? What was being relayed to you? What effect did those statements have on you?
For me, I guess I kind of went into like protection mode for like my son, the kids on the street, just more of like a heightened awareness also, which
And did the statements that were being relayed to you, did they worry you at all?
yes.
And why is that?
Um. It's when it told me that, you know, gonna call the police, there's to call the police, yes, and then if they come, you know, Jesse said he's gonna have a shootout with them. That it worried me, like, for some reason, like, I didn't just dismiss it, like, kind of went in the opposite direction, I think, and I just like something kicked in and I just, especially when I saw the police pull up and, I did not, I did not dismiss that comment at all.
Okay. And did you believe the comment to be idle, or did you believe that there?
Your Honor, objection. That goes to state of mind of another person. That's not in her purview to answer.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
And so I guess this comment worried you to the extent that you felt that you had to jump into action, is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the effect that those statements had on you was that you went to go warn the neighbors and then decided.
And Your Honor, and now she's leading her witness.
All right, the objection to leading will be sustained.
Okay, and so after you go to warn your neighbors, then what did you decide regarding Monet and the defendant's two children?
To bring them into my home.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Ms. Sapanowitz?
Sounds good.
I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
We'll excuse her, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony and view anything concerning this trial until the trial has concluded.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may step down if you'll leave behind the square microphone. State, call your next witness.
The state called Anthony Casares.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear. And if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Anthony Ruben Casares Jr.,
All right, state, you may proceed.
Mr. Casares, how old are you currently?
38. Yes,
And thank you for your service.
thank you.
What branch were you in?
I was in the Army.
And you stated that was for 6 years?
Yes.
Um, Now, I want to talk to you about October 19th of 2023. Do you recall that day?
I do.
What address were you living at on that day?
6.
Okay. Are you able to see that up on the screen?
Okay.
Do you see your residence on state unit number 2?
I do.
All right, is that where my pen is pointing?
Yes.
And so on that day, in the evening time, do you recall what you were doing?
At the time of what happened, I was taking a nap at the time.
Okay. And while you were taking a nap, did someone come and make contact with you?
Yes, my wife.
And do you know where your children were at this time?
At the time, no. When she woke me up, she told me that they were in front of the house, but that somebody had yelled at them to go inside, which is what led me to kind of go look and see what was going on.
All right. And so at that time, did you decide to exit your home?
I did.
And did you see anything out of the ordinary when you exited your home?
So immediately upon exiting my front door, heard gunshots. Well, I looked, there was 2 police vehicles on off the Puerta right inside that cul-de-sac. And there was an officer that was on the ground that I could see, the 2 of them.
Okay. When you observed the officers down, did you call anyone?
I did. I immediately called 911.
All right, Mr. Caceres, I'm gonna show you what has been marked as state exhibit number 18. Can you take a look at that for me?
Mhm.
And if I pull it out of its envelope, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, have you listened to the contents on state exhibit number 18?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you made to 911 on the offense?
It
date?
is.
Okay, and to your knowledge, has it been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm tendering state's exhibit number 18 to defense and offering the same.
Judge, we reviewed it, we have no objections.
All right, State's Exhibit number 18 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
One, yeah, do you need police, fire, or EMS?
Yeah, I've got a cop down shot in front of my house. I'm at 6230 Alta. Across the street from my house.
How much is injured?
He looks like he was hit in the ankle.
Is he on the floor, can you see him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying on the behind his car. He's still being shot at. My neighbor, I believe, has an AR-15. So that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm used to. I'm prior military.
Do you have a description of the neighbor?
He is about 5'8", shaved head, Hispanic male.
Do you have a clothing description?
No, he's firing from inside his house.
house? His address?
I don't know his address, ma'am.
You said the officer was laying on the floor behind his vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am, he's laying behind his vehicle.
Any other officers that you can tell that are injured, sir?
There's another officer over in his, he is over in his,
Get back here, baby.
the other officer behind his, I'm sorry, he was in the yard of the next door house.
Is your neighbor next door across from you? Where at?
They're across the street from me, catty corner.
Hold on, let me pull up the map. Is it a corner house?
Give me a second, ma'am, I'm trying to see.
They're already responding, okay, so trying to figure out where this guy is located at.
Yeah, this guy and the vehicle that he's in is I'm not sure if he's in the home, but he's got a road vehicle.
Going on, sir?
I'll put up my shoes.
Is this house the one with the brown painting on top of it and the brick walls at the bottom, have a house?
And all these houses right here are brick, ma'am, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, if you try to corner, see like right there, it would probably be 66.
You got, there's another officer over here in front of my house.
So there's two officers there?
There's three now. I've got a third one in front of my, there's four now, I'm sorry.
And they're all being shot at?
No, so I've got one of them is, suppressing fire. These other two guys are getting ready right now. So they're here, they're on things.
What is your name?
My name is Anthony Cáceres.
This is your number, Anthony, the 5 1.
Okay. And then Mr. Gossett, was your home equipped with Ring doorbell cameras at the time that this occurred?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you state's exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
Okay, and did you place an identifying mark on it when you watched it?
I did my initials.
Okay, and did you watch it prior to taking the stand today?
I did.
And was it a fair and accurate depiction of the events as they unfolded on the offense stand?
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, have they been altered in any way?
No.
Okay. At this time, I'm tendering state's exhibit number 19 to defense and offering the stand.
Did we review these? We have no objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 19 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
Now, when you first exited your home, can you describe to the jury the clothing that you were wearing?
Jeans.
Okay, and then, I'm assuming that's because you were taking a nap, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and then you enter your home, and then when you were inside, did you do anything inside while you were on the phone with 911?
I had my wife, we had about, I think it was 5 or 6 kids, to include ours that had came into our home. So had them all go to my bedroom, which is kind of the furthest point to the back of the house, away from gunfire. I went and looked for, as you can hear in the phone call, shirt, shoes, and kind of went back outside just to make sure, still able to relay information as best as I could.
Okay, and
in state exhibit number 18, we can hear some voices in the background. Were those your wife and the children that were in your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so after when you heard the rounds going off, you said that your prior military experience kind of led you to believe that a certain type of firearm was being used. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what type was that?
AR-15.
Okay. And after you observed that second officer laying in the yard, what were you feeling at that point in time?
Well, first concern was the kids, getting the kids again away from everything. Part of me felt like, what can I do to provide aid? Also thinking, if I run out there, I've got nothing on me in the sense of weaponry, anything PPE or, a vest, anything. But how else can I see what's going on? So did end up going to my second floor as well. Because from my view, I have a tree in my yard that kind of blocks some of the view. So go to the second floor and I can look out a window and I've got a good view of everything. So
Okay. And then when you entered the home and you went to that window with the view, did you obtain anything for your protection?
I did. I grabbed my rifle.
Okay. And at that point, did you make any decision regarding acts that you may have had to take?
I did.
Okay, and what was that?
Just thinking, knowing that, people are being fired at, if I was to see the shooter, I would shoot back. I'd, make that decision.
Okay. And I guess, did you feel in fear at that time?
No.
Okay. But for the officer's safety and did you observe any other officers that were arriving?
So from there, yeah, I saw more cars pulling up.
Okay.
My house sits at the top of the hill, so I could see them coming up the street. It's a good view, vantage point. So
Okay. And so I guess from where the shooting was coming from, in your opinion, were the officers kind of like at a disadvantage, like the officers that were arriving on scene just responding to give aid?
they could be because they're at ground level.
Okay.
I saw rounds ricochet off of his home, of the shooter's home,
Mhm.
and around the second story window. So to me, you've always got a better advantage when you got the high ground. So
And so just given all of that information, is that why you felt that, the shooter was going to exit, that you may have had to take a shot at? Now I'm gonna publish to the jury cases of information.
Okay, y'all come, okay, come here. Do you have, iPhone? Yes. You guys have your phone? So we can. Okay, we need it for your parents. First, we can do our phone.
I've got it. Over here, put my, there's three now. I've got a third one in front of my, there's four now, so. No, so I've got one of them, there's suppressing probably good, you got. Three now. I've got a third one. There's four now. Yeah, so I've got one was, suppressing probably good. It's over here, guys. Okay. Danny, going over here, guys. It's got that base car in the driveway. Which house is it, Charlie? That one right there, the back gate open? That back gate open? Yeah, right here. Any questions? It's the one right there with the lift gate. That's the lift gate over the side. Right now, we're going to. Alright, that's. Watch the window, he's still in the window. I see you at the window. Keep your head down, Richard. Head down. I don't want to get drunk, don't stop. Is it stall back there? That's stall back. Chris, anybody in between these people? We're good right now. Alright. Just all what you have. We need this out there come. come to me, come to me. That's because the one. Okay, yeah, I'll find the house, watch crossfire. Okay. People down with them. I don't know. Hey, what's out there? Right car, right open, third house on the left. Watch that top window, window. No, 2 down from you. All right, get an arrest team ready, arrest team ready. Those 3 over there, against the wall. Arrest team. He's got excellent word on the house, let him come to you. Okay, coming in right now, let us go see you. He's got gasoline on the house, guys. Three over there, against the wall. We're right team. You've got gasoline word on the house, let him come to you.
Mr. Costa, now regarding the cameras that are affixed to your home, how many different angles are there?
There should be 4.
Okay, but at this time, are they motion activated or?
They are, they're motion activated.
And in the front, are there like 3 different views?
There is, I've got one at the front door, 2 right over the front porch area, and then one at the corner of the house.
Okay. And then regarding on the 911 call that we heard, you were unable to provide like a street number. But when the officers arrived at your residence to provide backup, was there some type of motor vehicle in front of the suspect's home that you were able to relay to police?
There was,
Okay, what kind of motor vehicle was that?
it was a Chevy Trailblazer.
Okay, and was there something significant or identifying on that Chevy that made it stand out?
The lift gate was open.
Okay. And then after the scene was kind of controlled, I would see you kind of walking towards the end on Stacy's exhibit. What were you doing at that time?
So when I first left my home, approached the nearest officer that was there, just to kind of say, hey, I've got kids here in the house, and if I could start taking them, to their homes, because at that point, they had already made the arrest, or took the suspect into custody. So that last video just shows me walking back from walking one of the kids home.
And so we saw in the Stacy exhibit on the ring doorbell that there was a good amount of kids in your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall exactly how many?
I think it was 5 or 6.
Okay, and were those including your children and other children that live in the neighborhood?
Yes.
We pass the ones.
Defense.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Mr. Casares, my name is Jonathan Alvarado, I'm one of Jesse's attorneys. If you can't hear me or need me to rephrase, just let me know.
Very good.
Okay, so you may have said, and I may have missed it, but when did you move into this neighborhood?
We moved in 2020, I believe is what it was.
Okay, and in your time living in the neighborhood, how many, would you interact with Jesse often, not often? How would you describe that?
I can say maybe a handful of times.
So you weren't friends with him necessarily?
No, I wouldn't say friend, no.
Okay. Are you aware that Jesse had some friends in the neighborhood, some neighbors as well? Are you aware of that?
I assume so, but I can't tell you who.
Okay. Now, you said you're prior military, correct?
Right.
And in 911 call, you mentioned at one point that the officers are laying suppressing fire on the residents, correct? You gotta give a verbal answer for the court reporter.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay. So were you able to discern the difference in the shots being fired from the residents, that being Jesse, and then the shots being returned by the officers?
So I did see a few rounds skip off the house or hit the home. So I'm assuming that was the police shooting back towards the home. But could I tell you exactly which ones were back and forth? I can't tell you that.
Okay. But you do know for a fact that when those 3rd and 4th officers arrived, that they were not being fired upon, correct?
Okay.
And in fact, the only officers that you observed that were fired upon were the 1st and 2nd officers. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And it sounds like you can't say with definitivity if Jesse fired any rounds past or in addition to those first 2 officers. Is that fair?
That's fair. All right.
That's all, Judge Pascal.
No further questions and maybe excused by the state or.
Excused.
Yes, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony or view anything concerning this trial until the trial has concluded. If you'll remove the square microphone, please, and your excuse. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give us a 10-minute break. Remember my previous instructions. You've heard some evidence in this case. You're not allowed to start deliberating. Do not do any research. Do not view anything. Do not even think about this case unless you're sitting in those chairs, the very comfortable chairs. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Not here.
And if you'll put on there, I'm supposed to deliver a keynote, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Ready? Yes, sir.
Focus for the jury?
All right, everyone, please be seated. This is truly the best way to get to remember you all when you switch it up on me. All right, could you raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, state, call your witness.
State called Officer Santiago Bexar.
All right, could you raise your right hand?
Yes, Judge.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. And if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Yes, Judge. Santiago Vizcarra. My last name is spelled Vizcarra.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. And I think I called you officer, but that's not the correct term anymore, is it?
Correct, ma'am.
Uh,
The correct term would be a detective now.
When did you promote to detective?
On December 6th.
So 4 days ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So given that you are now a full-fledged detective, does that mean that you are a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you tell the members of the jury a little bit about your training and experience that got you to this point in your career?
Yes, ma'am. So I've been on the San Antonio Police Department now about 9 years. I was on the traffic unit for a short amount of time. I've also worked patrol. And then after patrol, I worked in for our covert response unit, which is sort of, they are specialized in going after violent warrants, narcotics, and retail thefts and things of that nature. I've been over there as a patrolman for about 2 years, and now I'm there as a detective.
And prior to your time with SAPD, do you have any other experience relevant?
Yes, ma'am. I was also in the United States Army. I was in the infantry. I did a total of 6 years.
When did you get out of the Army?
I got out in 2017. I was also, while I was on the police department, I served in the National Guard for about a year.
So did your time in the Army overlap with your time with SAPD?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
When did you, I'm sorry if I missed it, but what year did you begin with SAPD?
I began in 2016.
So I want to take you back to October 19th of 2023. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was your job title at that time?
I was a patrolman on the north side of town.
And what are your duties as a patrolman?
To answer calls for service, to help prevent crime by doing on-site activity, and to, just general patrolling of the sector that you're assigned.
And does that involve responding to calls for assistance that come through 911?
Yes, sir.
And when you say the north side of town, can you give us any kind of approximation of where that is in San Antonio?
I guess it would be considered the section that I was in was in the northeast side near like Nacogdoches and 1604 Judson area.
And on October 19th of 2023, were you dispatched to the intersection of Alta Puerta and Amistad Pass for a disturbance?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was the nature of the disturbance as far as you were made aware of by dispatch?
It was for a family disturbance.
And do you recall the details of that were given to you before you got there?
Yes, a female was calling that her husband was attempting to light their house on fire with gasoline and a torch.
And so what does that tell you, as far as your training and experience goes? What does that tell you about how you need to approach this situation?
This would be a more could possibly turn into a violent situation and an escalated situation. It's not a normal call for service where it's just I don't want to say normal, but a typical family violence where somebody has hit somebody. It definitely automatically alerted me that this could turn violent very quickly.
At the time, though, before you got there, did you have any idea whether weapons were involved?
I was not sure at the time.
Okay. So, in this, your training that you went through to become a certified peace officer, do you get taught, tactics and proper procedure on how to handle, various types of calls, domestic disturbances, mental health issues, violent weapon involved type calls, any number of calls?
Yes, ma'am, we do in the academy. And then after I graduated from the academy and continued training that I took with our covert response unit and stuff that I go into separately so that I could be a better police officer to serve our community.
When you, well, let me ask you this, when you were, working that day, were you driving a vehicle that was equipped with a camera system?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And were you also wearing a body camera?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
May I approach the witness? Officer Bexar, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 20 and 21's identification and ask if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And our state's exhibits 20 and 21, your body camera and the video from inside your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd like to offer an evidence state's exhibits 20 and 21.
We've stipulated to this evidence, Judge, we have no objection.
States Exhibits 20 and 21 is admitted without objection.
When you were going to this scene, were you going by yourself or did you have someone with you, another police officer?
There was another officer in a separate vehicle that was going with me.
And do you remember his name?
Nicholas Swain.
Does he go by a different name now?
Yes, he goes by Nicholas Oshery.
Same guy though, right?
Same guy.
Okay. And oh, that's what I'm sorry. The area that you went to when you responded to this call, was that here in Bear County?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, Your Honor, may I publish to the jury state's exhibits 20 and 21?
Yes.
I'm going to start with state's exhibit 20. I'm going to pause the video at 2 minutes and 9 seconds. What did we just hear on the video right now?
I asked Officer Audrey if he could smell the gasoline that I could smell.
And for purposes of talking about what happened that day, I'm still gonna refer to him as Officer Swain, since that's what he's referred to in the evidence, okay?
Okay.
So you asked him if he could smell something that you were smelling?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that again?
It was gasoline.
Okay. And what we're seeing on the camera, if you can look behind you, there's a map marked as State's Exhibit 2A. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that you responded to that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you guys get out of your car, do you start to approach on the house?
Yes, ma'am. I'm attempting to go contact both parties.
And why were you attempting to go contact both parties at that time?
Typically in a family violence situation, we like to get both sides of the story, separate them, and that way we can determine who the aggressor is and who's the victim.
Okay, where's Steve?
He's barricaded, is there weapons? He's got guns?
Yes.
Alright, step back.
And
Hands up.
there's- there's
Step back. Hey, is there anyone else in the house? What kind of guns does he have? Rifles, handguns? Is he suicidal?
4260.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some more. This guy's barricaded himself in the house, he's got rifles. He's covered the whole house in gas, something that can smell it from outside. But supervisor knows as well. I'm gonna try and just pull what I got outside, there's nothing inside with it, at this life.
What are we watching you do here, Officer Bexar?
I'm taking the vest that I normally wear on patrol, which is only will only stop up to a 357 bullet, and putting my rifle rated vest on, which can stop a rifle round, and it also has everything that I need for my rifle if I'm gonna deploy.
So the vest that you typically wear on the job won't stop a higher velocity weapon, I suppose.
No, ma'am, it will not.
I need everyone to go inside. Go to your house, go inside.
Who are you yelling?
There was a group of kids playing outside at that time in the cul-de-sac, and I was yelling at them to go inside.
Yeah, can you mark over 320 within 120, we're gonna check on the plumbing complex. That's been dumping vehicles on 240.
And when y'all start getting here, I'm gonna have the houses next door kind of clear out. And also, I will have to put it message with.
Video at 5:24. So we heard you call over the radio, kind of relating the situation that you have found yourself in and asking for a supervisor and then letting them know you're deploying your rifle. Why, given everything that you know at this point, did you change the tactic from trying to approach and engage with the individuals to backing off and deploying your rifle?
In this type of situation, us trying to contact who I've established as the aggressor can cause them to do something to cause them to be, I guess, violent. And so what our procedure is to kind of contain what we have and hold what we got. So that way, one, we can prevent any future violence from happening and maybe contact them another way, whether that's through hostage negotiation, calling them, through a supervisor calling them or using our loudspeaker to talk to them. But really what I'm doing is just creating separation so that way I don't do anything that's gonna agitate the person to do something violent.
And did you know where the individual was when you first arrived on the scene, besides just in the house? Did you know where he was?
No, I did not know where he was.
And you said the word contain. Is there a procedure that you all try to employ in a situation like this?
Yes, it's called the 5 Cs. It's contain, control, communicate, call SWAT. And I can't remember what the 5th C is right now. Normally after that, we're,
Is it create a plan?
I believe so, create a plan, yes.
And were you trying to follow that procedure in this situation?
Yes, I was trying to follow that procedure, yes.
And so what is it about the fact that you know that he has access to rifles that means that you should also have access to rifles?
If he had, I don't want to be at a disadvantage where he can come out if he does have a rifle and all I have is a pistol and he starts shooting, that can leave me at a disadvantage, that can leave other people in the community at a disadvantage, and the houses are so close together. If I need to stop a threat, I need to be able to do it effectively, and a rifle against a pistol is just not effective. And in this situation, this can turn into a mass casualty situation if someone decided to take it that route because of the proximity of all the houses and the people already outside. And this was a fairly quiet community where that was the norm for people to be walking around and be outside. And I was trying to just prevent that from happening.
And you mentioned also trying to create distance, and you said, I think you said hold the situation. In trying to create that distance, if you were confronted with gunfire from a rifle, is a handgun, the one on your hip, is that as accurate from a distance as your rifle would be?
No, I would be limited in the way I could engage with just a handgun, and from this distance, it would not be feasible to do that. Typically, you want to be within at least 20 meters if you're gonna have to engage somebody with a handgun.
You also, we hear you say on the radio that when your backup arrives, you want to try to clear out the people in the surrounding houses. Why is that?
Due to the circumstances of smelling the gasoline and already knowing that he had a torch, I was not sure if he was still trying to light his house on fire. And what I guess, seen is that if the house does go on fire because of the proximity of the other houses, that fire can start spreading to other homes. And I didn't want other people in the surrounding area to get injured from that.
Based on everything that you knew about the situation at that time, could you have left?
No, we could not have left.
You couldn't have just closed up shop and said, he's the guy. I don't know what he's doing, so we're just gonna go.
No, given the circumstances, we have a duty to now make sure that nobody loses their life or that nothing happens.
I'm gonna resume the video.
Hey Swain, go next door. I'm hit.
You've seen this video before, correct, Officer Bexar?
Yes, ma'am.
And in watching it, have you been able to kind of ascertain or discern a difference in the cadence between the defendant's gunfire and your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna back it up a minute and ask for you to let the jurors know when we hear your gunfire.
Have the houses next door kind of clear out, and also I've deployed my service. Hey Swain, go next door. I'm hit. Right there is when I started.
Sorry, I couldn't get my thing to pause. That's you,
Yes, ma'am, it is.
okay. How, is there a way for you to describe that? I guess the difference in the tone?
Yes, the defendant's gunfire was uncontrolled, fast. The way I was returning fire was more of a controlled manner. Uh, and being mindful of where my rounds were going.
What was your goal in returning fire?
My goal was just to stop the threat, whatever that meant. If that meant that it just kept him inside and prevented him from shooting us again or coming out and killing us, whatever that was just to stop the threat.
Yeah, we switched over around with.
What about the shots fired? 260 said that he was hit. I have all units saying that we go through. It's hit too. Yeah, I'm bleeding pretty good. Someone could come out well. 250 showing that way. 260 out the first and on the south pass. Where you hit? Where exactly you at, bro? I have a daughter out the first and on the south pass. 3210, we're right in front of the house. Hey, lay down support fire if you can. Good.
Boys, oh, window. That for one window, I don't know. Three, 350 showing around closer. Know what's going on, now we're gonna need to extract him so we can start building a plan to get him out of the front of the house. So we can work on that extraction. So yeah, people drive out, they get their ass in a car and pull back, do it that way.
Watch the video. Was your hand struggling to cooperate with you at this point?
Yeah, yes, it was
Where were you shot?
in my upper left arm.
Are you wearing a short sleeve shirt under your jacket?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness to remove his jacket so he could show his injury?
Any objection?
No objection.
Yes.
Would you just point to it since it's kind of far away? That indentation that we see in your bicep, was that always there?
No, it was not.
I think you might have dropped the microphone. So could you point to it for me one more time? Just point to it this time. When you got shot right there, were you running?
I was.
So if you had been running slower, where would that have landed?
It would have been center mass.
Hey, I'll be off. So my car to grab me. Never had this that's where the mail barricade and stuff is. Hey, I saw a 30 in the car. What's that big?
Help me, please. This way you pull my tourniquet out. Pull that great thing out. It's okay. You got it. Around my arm, top.
You could be scared thing on it.
Can you let me in your house and we lock the door, please? Yeah, thank you.
Rebecca, come over here now.
Yeah.
So go to your right.
Yeah, as high as it can go. Alright, tighten it down. Tighten it as hard as you can. Alright. Alright, now twist that motherfucker. Shit.
That's why you think you got first time
Oh fuck. Hey, look me up and tell them where I'm at right now. Yeah.
Right there.
Alright, he's like, hold the air, I'm giving you an address where I'm at.
16319.
When you can, what's your location? You guys.
Okay.
Hey, 132, we got one of them. Have you investigated from the corner? Yeah, bro. Alright, which one do we have? We got swing. Get the tourniquet. Okay. That works. Do I have anybody advising that 3210? Give the head as well. Let's go get somebody in the back seat of our car, we'll grab another one. That far.
Thirty-two sixty, did you get my address where I'm at?
One six three.
I'm inside.
What's on the key card that does? Come on. Hey, 132, where's the next one at? 3260, yes, 16319 Amistad Pass, inside.
Should I lock the door for them?
Hey, we're going back. Have a shield. Great, take that copy, you have a shield, time, 50, I'll pass, and we'll there's 2 months later, we'll cover him. Yeah, one more, we'll wait up. No. Fuck. Hold on, I gotta shield off something else, hold on, then.
Help! I'm good. She's good. Just get me out of here. Fuck.
Hey, we're in the queue, I'm on the way to you.
I'm just hurt. I'm good.
Let's go down the car.
Like, I don't forget my right.
Hey, come on, man. You good, man. We're gonna get you around the corner. You get back to that. Come on, man. Come on. We're back, man. Go. Sorry, baby. Go around. Hold it. You're good, man. It don't matter about the door, please. You're gonna get you, man. Keep it, man. 16319 Go to the EMS where we were. Okay. I don't know if this is about your injury. You gotta go right here, man. Gotta go to the curb. Stop right here at the ambulance. Stop right here. Hey! I can't open the door. I can't open the door. We gotta go out to the feet side. Open this door. Come on.
No, I can walk. I can walk.
Walk. You can walk. You can walk.
Don't touch that.
Fuck. Hey. Get the ambulance checked out window. Oh, buddy, where you hit? Where you are? Okay. Hey, we got a second one. We got a second one right here. What? Where you hit, buddy?
On my arm.
In your arm, okay. Are any more officers here? They don't think they're coming out. Hey, I'm just checking it out. No one's here yet. No one's here yet. Hey, how do I get this vest off you, bro? Where's he at work today? It could be left on. Hey, I'm still in the third. We got people coming for you. We got a lot of people coming, okay? Was it pumping floor or was it beating? Okay, I'm doing it now. I need to see if it's. Okay, I need to cut his shirt. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Tourniquet right now because. Hey, I'm doing it. What's for? Oh, yeah, come here. Let him come to you. Let him come to you. No, do you know? Yeah, we got you. Hey, we're gonna take care of you, brother. We got this off. Cut this off. There's the plot. Hold on. Okay. Oh yeah. Punch you right there. Okay. Got it. Hey, you want to put a tourniquet or do I have to believe we're good? No, but I'm gonna wrap it. I'm gonna put a Israeli bandage. Okay. Oh, don't move your arm too much. Okay. You're gonna do this. You're good, brother. You're good right now. Okay, man. Straight through, brother. Straight through. It's not bleeding. You're set right now. Okay, partner.
Yeah, they're gonna hook you up in a minute. Hey, got a lot more guys coming, okay, buddy?
You know, work this full footprint, something like.
It's not gonna
fill. Consider the whole year, clear the house. I mean, fill their house.
Alright, man, it's gonna feel good, okay? I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry. I gotta keep an eye on you, bro. Yeah. I'm sorry. So it's just a through right here, okay? Not really actively hurting. He just wants some pain meds, I don't know if we're wrong enough or not.
Try to plug it back in. Runner, I don't know what happened. It's not working. I can,
If the parties approach.
Cindy, we're not on.
got your own personal vest?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as least three and ask if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I recognize.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your vest after this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd like to offer an evidence states exhibit 23.
It's stipulated, Judge, no objection.
All right, state's exhibit number 23 is admitted without objection.
And may I publish to the jury the old fashioned way?
Yes.
Officer Bexar, have you ever been shot before?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So was that a different kind of pain than anything you've experienced?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And because you had to fire your weapon in this case, was a use of force, was there a use of force documentation for SAPD records?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
And I guess tell the jury a little bit about that. Is that necessary whenever an officer fires their weapon?
Yes, ma'am, anytime that we use any force on a civilian, we have to fill out what's called a routine use of force. So that includes any strikes, anytime civilian is injured, or when we fire a weapon.
And when you do one of those forms, does an officer involved shooting investigation take place?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
At least I guess when you do one of those forms for firing your weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
And when the officer involved shooting investigation took place with regards to this incident, were you cleared of any wrongdoing in firing your weapon?
Yes, ma'am, I was cleared of any wrongdoing.
Did they have any what's the word, criticism for how you handled the situation until the moment you were fired on?
No, ma'am, they did not.
So was it found that you handled the situation appropriately?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
We see here, to the end of your, toward the end of your video that you're getting treated by EMS. Were you ultimately transported to a hospital?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Which hospital were you transported to?
I was transported to BAMC.
And did you receive treatment at BAMC for the gunshot wound to your arm?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I did.
And what kind of treatment did you receive?
Just wound care there, and then for the following couple weeks, I had to go back daily for wound care.
Officer Bexar, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 24 and 25, and ask if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these photographs of you in the hospital and your injury?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
We'll offer into evidence, Your Honor.
This is also stipulated, Judge. We have no objection.
All right, States Exhibits 24 and 25 are admitted without objection.
May I publish?
Yes.
What type of recovery did you have to go through for this wound to your arm?
I went to wound care for a few weeks. Then I started physical therapy as well for a few weeks. And that was it.
Okay. So what happened with you as far as your ability to go to work?
I didn't go into work for, I don't recall for the exact amount of time. It was about a month or two. And then I returned to work on light duty while I was going to physical therapy until I was cleared from physical therapy.
And when you came back from light duty, do you remember about how long it was from the time of the shooting when you were cleared to go back to full duty?
Yes, ma'am. I went back in 5 months.
So in those 5 months, what was going on with your arm? Had you lost mobility, lost of grip strength, anything like that?
I had lost some mobility in my arm. My grip strength was not there. I had some nerve pain and numbness to my hand, which I still have. And that was about it.
Okay. And when you went back on full duty, what did your responsibilities entail?
When I went back on full duty, I went back to patrol. So where I was at when the incident had happened, where I was responding to calls and patrolling the north side.
And how long did you do that before you got moved to covert?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it was a few months, and then I had gotten asked if I would want to go on special assignment to our covert response unit, which I did take.
I guess because we're still without technology right now, I'm just gonna offer one more video that we'll try to play in a little while. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22 and ask if there are any markings on there you recognize.
Yes, there is.
Okay, and is this State's Exhibit 22 a fair and accurate recording of the defendant shooting at you all when you arrived, but just from a different angle from what we saw on your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we're gonna offer into evidence State's Exhibit 22.
Again, judges with stipulated evidence. We have no objection.
All right, States Exhibit number 22 is admitted without objection. I'm sorry, off the record. Do y'all want to try maybe to work on the desktop instead of?
I did try that. It's an issue with the screen, so when it's plugged into the HDMI, it's just like nothing is projecting, even this won't project.
Okay. All right, well, let's do this then. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna probably take a 5-minute break. We're gonna have somebody from IT come down. And while we're waiting for them to come down, we'll do turn everything off and restart and see if that works. All right, remember my previous instructions.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. So we were able to get tech support to come down and hopefully everything is fixed. State, it's still your witness. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since we've got things working, I'm gonna resume playing video.
Sorry, bro, I'm sorry, I know. I know. You got the kids, every single one. No more training. Yeah. I tell you, BMW running. Now I'm turning in the car. That we're both on my training. Hey, bro, thank you.
And I'll also just go ahead and publish the pictures. So state exhibit 23, that's your bloody vest, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 24 is you in the hospital dancing,
Yes, ma'am.
and 25 is the injury to your arm.
Yes, ma'am.
When this happened, Officer Viscara, did you have any children?
Yes, ma'am. My son was 6 years old at the time.
Did he understand what had happened to you?
Not completely.
Did you having to recover from something like this affect him?
Yes, very much. So,
How did it affect your son?
my son he doesn't really like going into the city that much anymore. Or when we go to places that's pretty crowded, he gets pretty anxious. And then my first day back, he cried a lot and was begging me not to go to work and to just find a different career. Or, he didn't say it that way, but that's what he was telling me, to not be a police officer anymore.
How did that make you feel?
I mean, it hurt seeing him like that and crying. I have primary custody of him. So between me and my parents, we take care of him. So it was hard to see how it affected him in that manner.
But yet you still chose to go back to work.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Why did you choose to go back to work?
Um, I feel that God's really called me to be in a career and position where I can help others around me in a community that I grew up in. Uh, it was just when I was growing up, it was just me and my mother, and a lot of people in the community helped me when I was growing up, so that I could have a better life, and I feel like that I've achieved that, and I definitely feel called that I want to help others in any way that I can. I've always had a servant's heart, and I've always wanted to. I feel like I've always felt like I want to protect others, which was what drove me to the military first, and then when I was getting out of the army, which is a reason why I chose to become a police officer in San Antonio, where
Because of the technical difficulties, I forgot, we still haven't played states exhibits 21 and 22. So I'm gonna go ahead and publish. Officer Scar, what camera are we looking at right now in State's Exhibit 23?
That's my dash camera to my patrol car.
I'm gonna fast forward. Is this you entering the neighborhood that we see in State's Exhibit 2A?
Yes, ma'am.
What did we just see enter the frame right there?
That's the barrel of my rifle.
Is that when you were hit?
Yes, ma'am.
From where you are you able to see Officer Swain down and injured as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to get to him in your opinion safely?
No, ma'am.
And what we see on the rest of your video is this you sending putting out suppressor fire, I guess is the terminology?
Directed fire.
Gotcha, okay. And you do this until we see you retreat and run to that house that we saw on your body cam, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 22. I'd like to zoom in real quick and ask you about something in the background. Right when we see you running past your car, do you see anybody else in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see in the background?
Children, female.
Is that the defendant's wife and children behind you? I think this is the video that was before, so. Oh. In this video, Officer Bexar, can you tell if the lift gate on the back of the maroon SUV in this driveway is up?
Yes, ma'am. It looks to be up.
Who are you yelling to when you say that?
To Swain, Officer Swain.
Did you realize how severely he had been injured?
Not at that time.
And at this time, because of your injury and the advantage that the defendant had over you, you didn't feel like you could safely go assist Officer Swain?
No, ma'am. You're no good enough in this situation if you're there. And I felt that if I went to an open area and then I was killed, then Swain would for sure be killed as well.
So Officer Swain had to lie there until other officers were able to come help him.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what we're gonna see on the remainder of this video, him lying there while he waits for help. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right. Now, you mentioned that this had quite a heavy effect on your son, but I don't think I got to the effects that it had on you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Please tell the jury about that.
It impacted me mentally a lot. I had had a few panic attacks in some grocery stores. I'm a disabled veteran as well from a combat deployment, and luckily I had the VA that I could go to. So about a week after this, I did do that to seek mental health help. And I still see a counselor every 3 months just to keep up with that, because that's an important part of being a father and just a functioning person in society, is to make sure that I'm okay and that I can still function in those capacities. Um, it still affects my sleep. I still have ghost pain in that arm and some issues with the hand, but by the grace of God, I'm still functioning and doing well. So.
And you mentioned that you were your mother's only child.
Yes, ma'am. I'm my mom's only son as well. We don't have any other family really. That's from my actual dad's side, but it's just her and I.
So this affected her at all?
Yes, ma'am. A lot. Unfortunately, October was also the same month my father passed away, so October is a hard month for her. And then having to see the effects that it's had on me and my son, I know it affects her a lot. But she's a strong woman. She's been there for us as much as she can.
So at the end of all of this, what would you like the jury to know about what you want to see happen to this man that shot you?
I would like for y'all to do what you think the maximum punishment should be for him. That's for y'all to decide what that is. It has affected my family a lot. I know it's affected Officer Swan's family a lot. Whatever y'all see fit as the maximum punishment is what I'm okay with.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Viscar, I got to meet you during a break for the very first time personally, correct? The first time we met today?
Yes, sir.
All right. I am sorry you went through this. Nobody is happy about that. I only have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Part of your training is that you have to deal with mental health calls, right? You know, what do you learn about people that are having issues and how to deal with them as a police officer?
In what sense, sir? I'm sorry. I'm not
When you
understanding.
come on a call and somebody might be, depressed or suicidal or, not in the right frame of mind. I mean, y'all have in your manuals, you get training on that situation, correct?
Yes, sir, we do. We go through a CRT course as well, or CIT, excuse me. Crisis intervention training. Every officer with SAPD goes through it, which is a 40-hour class, I believe.
Okay, now, generally, do you see a mental health call or a call where mental health issues are involved in the call the same as when you have, repeat offender or people with long criminal histories going out and doing stuff gang related or drug related, or is it the same category for you, or is there a big difference between the two?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, you get a lot of tactical training. But like in 23, I think there was a big change where there was an issue with cop shootings and mentally ill people. And in 23, wasn't there a big change or a big addendum to some of the policies?
I'm not really sure if there was a big change in policy in 23. I do know that I believe that we're one of the best departments as far as it comes to training with dealing with mental health situations that are mental health individuals.
Okay, and I guess like one of the general questions is, this is suburbia, nice area where there's probably not the amount of crime as in some of San Antonio's rough areas. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Have you patrolled in some of the rough areas of San Antonio as well?
Yes, sir, I have.
Uh, I guess one of my general questions, and it's more along the philosophical level. Have you had to deal with habitual offenders, people that have long violent histories, people that have long criminal records, people who have hurt a lot of people in their life?
Yes, sir, I have.
And then have you had the occasion to deal with people that have no criminal history, but could be experiencing some level of mental health crisis?
Yes, sir, I have.
I guess my question as a generality to you is, do you view those categories the same? Or is there a difference between the two?
No, sir, typically there's a difference.
And how would you describe it personally?
When someone's in mental health crisis, typically what we are you asking how I would handle
Well,
the difference?
I'm actually wondering more philosophically in comparing the two, where if you have somebody with no criminal history who might snap or be severely depressed or have a mental breakdown that causes them to behave completely out of character, compared to somebody who could be a habitual offender or somebody with a long violent history or somebody who's been causing problems for many, many years. That philosophically, as a police officer who's out on the street who has to deal with all this kind of stuff, is there a big difference between those two?
As you gain more information on what you're dealing with, yes, potentially. But typically, when we're getting called for service, we don't know what we're walking into. We don't know who we're about to approach. So I don't know if it's somebody that's has a lengthy criminal history at first. Sometimes I do, a lot of times we don't. Or if we're approaching somebody with, just having a mental health crisis that has no criminal history. But I won't be able to normally establish that difference until I've at least contacted, whatever parties are involved.
Okay. Do you feel as though mental health issues are mitigating in punishment generally, philosophically, since the prosecutor was asking you questions about punishment?
Does it mitigate punishment?
And like in your mind, personally, they ask you opinions about punishment. I'm asking you some too.
No, I think punishment should be appropriate with the action, not necessarily history or whatever. Or if there's any criminal history or not. It's dependent on the action. I believe that's how the state looks at it most of the time.
Okay. So just to kind of clarify, you don't think lack of criminal history is mitigating, or if a person is having mental health issues, that's not necessarily mitigating, it's just the offense only, personally?
Depending on the crime, yes.
Okay. All right. Just a couple of follow-up questions about what we observed in the videotape. What kind of rifle are you using in the video?
I'm using an AR-15, which shoots a 223 or 5.56.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the rifle used against you was also an AR-15?
Yes.
There does seem to be different sounds on the videos. It sounds like your body cam probably captures it most accurately, I guess. The Ring cameras are very tingy. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Is the reason that two similar models of rifle seem to be making a different sound, is it just oftentimes because of the barrel or the
It could be barrel length. It could be if there was, multiple things could be a factor. The distance that you're hearing the rifle, from where the original sound is coming from, the actual round that's being used on the grain of the round, or if there's a suppressor on the rifle itself. Sometimes even the how fast or slow the rifle is being cycled through can affect the sound as well.
Okay. Now, you did tell the jury that you had met with the prosecutor and you went over the time frame and the sounds to figure out like what shots were yours and what shots were Mr. Prado's, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think it came out in direct examination, so I'm trying to see if we can clarify it. Obviously, we hear shots and we see you go down. Those are the first shots fired, right?
Yes.
Okay, those came from Mr. Prado, correct?
Yes,
That was you getting hit in the arm and we see you fall to the ground. And that's the first set of shots that we hear. That's all him, correct?
yes,
Okay, so then you hear another quick set of shots, multiple shots. That was when Officer Swain got hit, correct?
yes,
All right. After that, because that happened in a matter of a few seconds, right?
yes,
All right. Are the remaining shots we've heard on those videos, are those your suppression shots where you're creating cover and trying to protect you and Officer Swain?
yes, sir. Those are my directed shots.
All right. So because it didn't come out in direct, is that what the videos seem to show in your perspective, that there was the series of shots where you got shot in the arm, and that was for Mr. Prado. There was a series of shots where Officer Swain got hit, that was Mr. Prado. And then the remaining shots that do have that consistent pa, 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 pa sound, all those other remaining shots were you trying to make sure that you and Officer Swain were protected until y'all could be extracted.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know how many rounds you shot? Because that's all has to be documented, right?
Yes, sir, but it does have to be documented.
Do you know how many rounds you shot?
I believe approximately 42.
Okay. But you didn't hear any other shots besides those two initial series come from Mr. Prado, is that correct?
Yes,
One last point, on direct examination, you just mentioned the fact that like perception was important in your training, and that like a lot of times you go to a house for a regular domestic call, you find that it might be more serious. You follow the 5C rule. Is that was one of the things you do, right?
yes, sir.
One of the things you talked about is that you don't want to seem overly aggressive to people that might be having difficulties or barricading themselves in situations like that, or mental cases too.
I don't want to take actions that will seem aggressive to them, correct?
And like, and I'm asking this question very technically because I understand you did the review, and by the videos, there wasn't much you could do about getting shot the way the circumstances are. But my question is this, is one of the things that you're talking about, like pulling out your long gun from the trunk, if somebody sees that, they could perceive that as being aggressive because you have a pistol on your belt, and without even talking to somebody, if they see you pull out a long rifle, that could be intimidating to somebody or threatening to somebody, especially if they're not in the right state of mind. Factually, you would agree with that, right?
No,
You don't think that somebody seeing you pull out a rifle could be perceived by them as aggressive?
if rifles are already introduced into the situation, no.
Well, I mean, you haven't seen a rifle at this point, right?
I have not seen one, no.
Right, okay, I'm not trying to make the question complicated. You talked about just the perception of people. I mean, you have a lot of training, and most police officers have a lot of tactical training and gun training, correct?
Yes,
And part of the mental health training you get is that, yes, you don't want to be overly aggressive to people. You don't want to appear overly aggressive to people. Would you agree with that?
yes, sir.
And so what I'm saying is, I'm not saying whether you violated policy or what you did wouldn't be appropriate, based on what you know. I'm saying, is it possible that pulling out your AR-15 could be seen as somebody is like, oh God, he pulled an AR-15 on me. Could you see how somebody could perceive it that way?
Possible.
Okay, and again, there's also a big difference when you have a rifle pointed at the ground. It's less threatening than when you have a rifle up, or you have it on a hood and now it's pointed at, a person's house. And again, I'm not talking about your training. I know it was okay under your training. I'm simply asking, is that the kind of thing that could be perceived as threatening if an AR-15 is now on a police officer's hood that a person's never met before, pointed at their house?
Yes,
Okay. And again, that's not violation of your training. It's just possible perception, which is something that admittedly you're trained on.
yes,
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you, officer. Thank you.
yes.
We don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Is the witness excused or subject for recall?
I would say excuse.
Excuse for me, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you're not allowed to discuss your testimony or review anything about this trial until the trial is concluded. All right, thank you. If you'll leave the square. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to recess for today. I do have morning docket tomorrow, so we're gonna start the trial tomorrow at 1:30. Now, here's the thing about the parking situation. People always go, I call it going off campus. They usually go off campus for lunch. So if you arrive here by 12:30, you'll probably be able to get a parking space. If you say, I'm gonna arrive at 1:20, you may not be able to get a parking space because whoever designed that building did not calculate the number of jurors that are called up. So the same number of jurors that were called up with you will be called up on Thursday. And then a majority of the people in this building park in that lot as well. Are there any questions before I excuse you all for today? All right, so remember my instructions. 1, do not do any research about this case. Do not go to any of the scenes that you may heard of or the locations. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom and nowhere else. If you happen to view anything about this case, just turn it off. With regards to your jury duty, because I'm assuming some of you may have people who want to know, did you get selected? Are you in trial? You can let people know that you are on a jury, but you are not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard. Does everyone understand? Any questions about anything? And on Thursday, I'll probably be able to give you an approximate time when this case may be concluded. So I'll be able to give that to you on Thursday. All right. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, for the jury.
All right. So everyone, and we're off the record. You can shut down. We'll start on Thursday. Oh, just 1 minute, Deputy Mejia. We're going to start on tomorrow at 1:30. So he'll be here at 1:30. And then at that time, I want you all to tell me how many witnesses you anticipate calling, how many witnesses you anticipate calling, so that I can give the jury some idea of how to plan their schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
Depending on how far we go on Thursday, will depend on whether we start in the morning, early morning on Friday or not. I do have mental health court that I need to take care of. But Judge Ron Rangel and I are co-presiding of mental health court, so he may be able to do that. All right. Any questions before I excuse you all? All right. Thank you.